Hello, and welcome back. It is time for some more Final Fantasy XIV. So, last time, we went into the past again. Well, first we finished up the Four Lords quests over in the Ruby Sea. Then we went into the past to deal with some Pandæmonium, which found out something. So, weekly objective. Look at that, week 1 was Asphodelos, the second circle, which we did last week, which is week 2. I didn't even, it was just a question mark before, and then I happened to do that exact thing on the second week, which was too late to get the Mog tomes. But this week, I happen to know the raid for this week is the 8th circle. I don't know if it's still called Asphodelos, but it's that same quest line. So hopefully I'll be able to get to that today, and we can get 20 Mog tomes. Wild that I happened to be like, let's do this one next. And it's the one that seems to be getting focused quite a bit in the Mog tomes, or in the Mog Pendium thingy. But yeah, I did complete the V&C Dungeon Finder thingy, so I got my 70 tomestones for that. I did a hunt, an elite clan mark bill, so I got my 10 for that. I spent some Mog tomes, but I've got 46 right now. I need to get 100 for the Orchestrion roll. And then I'm gonna need a bunch more for mounts and stuff. There's so many mounts in this Mog event that I could get. But Samurai is now 65. Warrior is 73. Monk and Gunbreaker are still hanging out at the cusp of the next tier. I haven't done any more hand or land stuff yet. I should try to work on getting at least a couple more hands to 50. Maybe the lands as well. Just to bump them up there. It's just been so busy, so busy. Too many things to do. And I've got 1 minute. One more minute on these guys. Then we can run off to Pandæmonium. Oh, actually, while we're waiting, I could just... Let's see if anyone's going for the 3rd circle. Since that's what I need. But I also found out the rewards for the Pandæmonium raids. And there's quite a few that I really want. Not in this first set of, I assume 4, like it usually is. But in, I think the 2nd and 3rd. There's some good stuff in there. And I'll show you what I'm talking about once we can sort out my platoon here. My regiment. Gotta get them in shape for the next chimerical elimination. Get me some more of those priority Etherite passes. Gotta raise up that tactical. Less than a minute. Come on, guys. You're almost there. Keep it going. Alright. Boom. Now, I think they still need... I mean, they definitely need more tactical, but... It'll have to be tactical and... whatchamacallit? Mental? Yeah, tactical and mental. Boom, go. Alright. Now... we can use one of those. So I can show you in the Radzatan what I'm talking about. So, for the first set of 4, it's just kind of it's okay. But then for the second tier, it's this armor set. It's this really cool armor set. Look at that. It looks sick. I want this stuff. There's even a purple for the maiming. And striking gets these flames out the shoulders. It looks sick. And then there's also like the mage gets its flaming shoulders as well. And the aiming gets framing on the top of the shoulders, which also, I mean, they all look sick. Look at that. And then, if you do the, I assume the Savage versions, you can get the weapons. These flaming weapons. Cool. Very nice, very nice. Let me see. Oh yeah, the sickle scythe. Look at that. Yeah. And also the samurai sword. It's pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of this like handguard thingy, but the fire looks great. Look at that. Flaming sheath too, in case you wanted to burn your ankles. And it's also a flaming shield. The paladin. Oh. Totally super safe for yourself. practically speaking, a flaming shield is not a good idea. It's not a good idea. What is that going to accomplish? You're gonna burn yourself more than your enemy, for sure. I mean, I suppose you can, like, smack your enemy with the shield and try to burn them, but most of the time you're just gonna be blocking their weapon. Oh yeah, and I forgot to show the helm of striking also looks really cool. It's hollow, but inside is a fire. So your head just becomes fire, encased in this helmet with a hood. So that's pretty cool. For the monk. And then, let's see, other weapons. So, these are pretty cool. The bow's okay. You just get jets of fire at the front. The pistol's pretty cool. Look at that. Very Doom. And then the chakrams. They're kind of on fire. Got heated up chains as well. Possibly the closest you could get to Axel from Kingdom Hearts. Oh yeah, and I forgot to show the scouting helmet, or unicorn on fire, and then the aiming helmet. And the mage, they get just like a fire mask, which looks pretty cool. But look at this rod. Very cool. Get a book with a fire on the back. The rapier with a flame up there. Get the Bislos staff. Now that one looks really sick. For the white mage. It's like, oh yeah, I'm a white mage. Why is your staff on fire? Don't worry about it. And then for the scholar, your book just has fire on the inside. A rune of flame. Astrologian gets a flaming wheel thingy. And the sage gets like Ifrit horns. Yeah. But then also tier 3. For tier 3, it's like gorgeous stuff. Just look at this with lots of crystals, sparkling crystals. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at the monk. Love it. And then the ninja and they're ranged. Their aimings. Very cool, very cool. Oh yeah, it is Ninja Viper, which is nice. For the mages. Look at that. That to me could be for like a Rosalina cosplay. Very Rosalina coded. Got your healers. very angelic. Or, what's her name? Is it Gwendolyn in Dark Souls? And then their weapons are also very pretty. Got this sparkly star sword X. Got this great sword. Very pretty. Very crystal. Very pretty. Trident. And this war scythe. Look at that. Beautiful. Gorgeous. And the knuckles are alright. The glow. Samurai blade, this golden samurai blade. Very pretty. Oh, I guess there's also the kite shield, which is very thin. Very thin. That's not a great shield design, I would think. And we got these sparkly knives. And oddly, you also get Viper weapons, which are gorgeous. Look at the sparkle. Look at that. It is very pretty. And not expecting a level 90. I mean, I guess, you know, Viper, the Dawn Trail does start at level 90, so that's why these, but you didn't have any Vipers for the second tier or the first tier of these raids, just for the third tier. And since it's, Endwalker raids, wasn't expecting to see these. But they are pretty. This bow, very crescent moon, I guess. The gun, very pretty gun. Chakras. And we get into the mages. You got this rod. Look at that. Love it. The Grimoire of Ascension, which is just sparkly book. My one issue with the Summoner Scholar weapons is that they're almost always like this same model with different accessories tacked onto it. So they don't end up looking all that different from each other. However, we'll get to one in a second. This is a cane. That's just a very pointy cane that you're using as a rapier. But then you've just, very interesting thing, it's just crystals. There's no fancy like holder or like metal bits attached to it. It's just the crystal, which I do like. I think that looks really good. Very pretty. And a brush. Brush. Look at that. Brush for the Pictomancer. You got this cane, this giant cane. Very pretty. But then Codex of Ascension actually looks different. It's a different shape. It's got this big cylinder in the center and these big triangular bits on the ends, on the sides. Crystal floating in the center of the book there. Sparkling. I'm not super fan of the design overall, you know, it doesn't... Not something that I'm like, oh, I gotta have it, but I do appreciate that it's different. It's not just book with things tacked onto it. It's got this, like, cylinder in the center. It just got... sticks out a little farther, you know? It's different. So I do appreciate that. Also, this for the astrologian. Got these little satellite crystals swooping around. And the sage weapons, they're alright. They're very sparkly. Pretty pretty. But yeah, just like really gorgeous. And I assume that the stats on the Savage armors are better than the normal armors. But for our purposes, since now things go up to level 100, and level 100 gear is going to be better than the level 90 gear anyway. Since we're just going for looks with this armor, I don't need to do the Savage to get these specific books, to get these specific versions of the armor, but the weapons, I do want the weapons quite a bit. A lot of the weapons, because they look gorgeous, and of course I want even just the regular versions of these, like, flaming armor. Look at that chest. That's sick. It's sick, having just a flaming ring behind you, or even the third tier, just having these floating crystals behind you. Love it. Can't wait. But also, no one's joining the Duty Finder version. Let me just take a quick look at Party Finder. Nobody's Party Findering it. We shall go and continue alone, I suppose. It's gonna take like 20 minutes per raid. I gotta do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 6. That's 2 hours. It'll take 2 hours solo. If they're all 20 minutes each. Yo. Oh yeah, the Phoenix, that's right. Or sorry, the Phoenix. I wonder what the difference is between a Phoenix and a Phoenix. Or if it's literally just in ancient Ascian times, they called it Phoenix, and then over the years, the name got morphed into Phoenix. Maybe that's it. Why am I not able to... Oh, that... forgot how that ability works, is I'm always, like... I forgot that Shadowbringer requires that you have your, like, buff active. What the... Okay. Exaltation. Why did these not have a health bar? What the? How does... Okay, I guess I should have... so what I was supposed to do was get that area of effect that he was using on me to hit all the flames. Oh. Alright, you know, this is ridiculous. Start over. We learned some things. We've got mechanics that just happen. And so if you're new, it's like, wait, what? Experimental fire. Oh, okay, so that's the one. Kind of. Last time he started with the radial thing, I thought that he was always going to do that first. Experimental fire plume is centered it. Okay. It's not always. You gotta look at how many orbs he sends out. That's his grade wide. Rock and fire. How big is the area? I think that'll hit them all. Nope, it didn't hit any of them. Okay, well. That was not very nice. Of course, I assume that's meant to be something that you have multiple people to deal with. Probably going to be dying here. Oh. Okay, so stay in protection of the sunbirds, or? Storm sweeps through pouring burning rain. This puff to get 2. So at least, yeah, we should be able to 2. We can reduce it. Yeah, no, those blast out. Oh, those are paying attention. this was going to require multiple people, actually. Yeah, no, that requires multiple people for sure. Alright. That means it's probably gonna take longer to get done. It's just a regular raid, right? Yeah. 8 players. What? Oh, sorry. Raid. Not the first circle, the third. Usually it goes first, second, third in lists, but okay. Community completion. Synced. There. Hopefully we get at least a couple people. But I feel like with two, maybe 3 people, you should be able to do it. Like a healer, a DPS, and maybe a second DPS or tank. And I think that should do it. Assuming we're all level 100, that is. Let's see. On how many? Only 1100. I'm getting close. Another 353. So that I can stock up on some more of these. So I'll have 2 full weapons ready to go. So I should probably oh yeah, Eden. Got at least one person willing to join us. Another look around Charlian. I think did I accept all of the plus quests? Yeah, it's just the minstrel sitting there. And leaves. Alright. But we'll check Idylshire as well. Yes. Just jump around and take a look. Stone, so that must be a ant land thing. Yeah, because I think the Mog society quests are like handland related. Looks like we've been cleaning up pretty well. Ah, nice. we could get a DPS. I think we can do it. With the 4 of us. Something over here that we could check in on in memory. Just, oh, ow. There's more of this. Okay. I guess I forgot about them. I almost forgot about them. Yeah, it's that quest line with the weapons. The ultima weapons. Alright, gotta keep that in mind. More of those to deal with. Look at my lovely little chocobo. So pretty. Good girl. Yeah, just hoping for one more. Hopefully a DPS. And then we should be able to... Okay, well, we got another healer. It might take a while, but I think I mean... With 2 tanks and 2 healers, I'm pretty sure we won't die. It's just a matter of how long it's gonna take. Oh. Guess I'll put in a ready check then. Except I feel like we can do this with this group. 2 tanks, 2 healers, and a DPS. Yeah. All with a 100, so. What the? Xanatos. now we've got another DPS. Let's just lock it in. Make sure it's still, yep, we're good. Yes. Let's go. What the? What happened? Wait a minute. Suddenly we've got many more DPS. Suddenly we've got 5 DPS. 1 tank, 1 healer. I hope Xanathos is ready. Alright guys. Alright guys. Are we ready to go? Xanathos. Xanathos, the first person to join up, and then they're just not ready. I think they might be in the cutscene. Let me see. I think party members tell me, wouldn't it? Doesn't say. Because I think they're all cross worlds, so maybe that's why. We'll give them a couple more minutes, but otherwise I might have to kick them. I don't wanna, but they might have just like walked away from their computer for a bit or something. I don't know. Oh. Lucky initiator ready check. I mean everybody except for Zen. Everyone except for Zen. Let's go. Light party. I wanna get this rolling, you know? I was just going straight to that. Alright. Oh, that was sick. Well. Yippee! Woohoo! Ah. Boodoo. 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 Ba 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 da ba ba da ba. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, 3 minutes 24 seconds. Much better than 20-minute fight. But still, oh, I shouldn't have actually grabbed this. Yeah, the tier 1 equipment doesn't look that great to me. With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there is yet the matter of this arena. As you've told us, there is but one person in Asphodelos with the ability and authority to wield such magics. Though fortunately, it appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him.
A contemptible display as befits an inferior specimen. Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of interment drag the phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is even more of a failure than its creators cared to admit, or you are no mean trespassers.
Draw a sword! I had hoped our suspicions were misplaced, but alas. Keyword Hesperos. Why? Why have you brought such chaos to our beloved Pandæmonium? Why have you brought such chaos to our beloved Pandæmonium is quite the sentence. Pandæmonium, pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast, unlike those charged with its keeping. What has possessed you? I don't understand.
Oh, Ericthonius. Must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can muster a theory or two with that dim wit of yours. Then again, you have never been one for insight. Why Master Lahabrea suffers your mediocrity, I shall never understand.
You may look like him, but you're not the Hesperos I know. Something has warped you, too, from the inside out. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was that all a farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years?
Those who are content to merely glimpse the water's surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted potential! To be son to Master Lahabrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe.
You're Lahabrea's son? But of course, it's always about Lahabrea.
Silence! You are not worthy to utter his name. For once, be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities, beyond your shallow reckoning. I have slipped these surly bonds of mortality. I have become one with our mythic creations, and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. As a Hemitheos shall I serve Master Lahabrea, ever faithful unto the end of days.
Is he trying to chain us? Inter us?
And he shall require no other.
I think not. Are you so blinded by arrogance that you have lost sight of what it means to serve? Ericthonios is more capable than you could ever know. It was thanks to his instruction that I was able to master the art of interment, both how to wield it and how to break free of it. Junosia, let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Hesperus's mind, it is plain his power far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. Does he far eclipse our own? I don't know.
Weaklings though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master interment so quickly. To say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low the phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing. Where they fritter away their strength in calming the beasts of Asphodelos, I continue my work. Even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain, naught shall await them but doom. I eagerly await your arrival, Ericthonios. Even dullards have their uses.
Y'all gotta wear your robes, though. My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the keyword of Asphodelos himself. More than that revelation, however, Ericthonios worries me. He loved Hesperos for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever the keyword has become. He has said little since our return. I only hope that the shock of recent events does not prove to be a death knell for his resolve.
Who wards the warders?
Much as I am loath to disturb Ericthonios so soon after what just occurred, I'm afraid circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events concerning both the keyword and his father. Let's have a little chat then. The creation of the ward which surrounds Pandæmonium was an astounding feat of magical prowess, a feat accomplished by none other than La Habrea. That both my father and I can bind others in chains is perhaps the only thing that we have in common. Ah, so it is true. I'm La Habrea's son, bereft of his talent for magics or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you had practiced ethereal shackles since childhood. Assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long, it had to indicate some long-held connection with La Habrea. 'Twas La Habrea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the words of La Habrea, more specifically my mother, who was a researcher there. You did speak of Athena, chief keyword before La Habrea. She is your mother, yes? Athena, goddess of the arena? How astute. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. You've the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. La Habrea had nothing to do with it. I see there is little love lost between you two. What I cannot see is why La Habrea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. was in place. My mother is no longer with us. And Laha Brea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. What love do I owe him now, when he offered not one drop of compassion then? Ah, I see. She is no longer with us. An expression to convey the end of a life. I have known only the public face of Laha Brea. While he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances, I must admit that oft he comes across as cold. Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss. Of course. There are more pressing matters at hand, after all, namely how to deal with Hesperos. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. And now that he is aware of our presence, he will be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing. Quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creations is another moment Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. He said that he has become one with the creations. Perhaps that means he is vulnerable to interment. In theory, that should be possible. However, is it enough merely to confine him, after all he has done? I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was it all truly so that he could serve his master? To my mind, he's merely put Laha Brea's own work at risk in trade for some nebulous power. Laha Brea is the chief keyword of Pandæmonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? It doesn't make any sense. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters? Or would it be too dangerous to allow him courting? If you fail to confine him, I can always strike him down. Look, we try confinement, doesn't work, then we should kill him. Daring as ever, I see. I know not which trials you have faced in your past, but to see you so certain is all the convincing I need. Very well, let us try Eric Thonios' plan. Thank you, Genosia. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hesperos spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the Vrikolakis, a beast which feeds off the ether of its prey. Likely that is the creation Hesperos merged his essence with. And we know all too well that he can change the environment around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory. Yes. As Fidelos, the fourth circle, now accessible. And of course it's now acceptable right after the last person joined the party, or left the party. It's fine, it's fine. Let me just get rid of these, we don't need them. As I stated before. Alright, let's... real quick. Lucky did mention I should probably, because I don't think I should probably put on the robes. I don't think I had them set on anything. I used to, at some point. That's the armor! That's the armor right there! That I'm working towards. No. Entrance to barracks. Let's go. While we're here, we might as well send them back to training. Let's do this one. Let's see here, where is it? Where are they? Here we go. Yeah. Take that. Apply that. And then start up the party finder for the next one. The fourth circle. Fruit. Set this up now, so it's ready to go. And look, per the Moogle Treasure Trove events, surely people will show up. So I think it's under the standard. Yep, look at that. First, second, third, fourth, and probably 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. In here somewhere. Yeah, keywords jail. Mass of the Father. Servant of Violence. One final wish, which I know for a fact is the 8th circle. Perhaps 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12? Might be. Oh yeah, I think the last of these is all just Pandæmoniums. So hopefully we can get through to the 8th circle today. That's what I would like. All the faceware that I have. Did we get some? We did not. So you don't get it for unsync runs. You don't get the Mog Tomes. Oh well. You know what? Let's... Where was it? Let's at least get started on that other quest so that we have it queued up, since we're sitting here waiting around for people to join. This way I won't forget about it. Resistance troops wish to help their newfound allies in Turncliffe.
Ah, Genasi, I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet, helping the residents, that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard life can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless other problems that need attending to. If you can spare the time, we could use your help. Bless you, Genasia. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, have a word with your usual escort. I wish you all the best. Might as well also repair. So the boss roped you into helping, did he? I knew you couldn't say no. Yeah. Oh, look at this. This is a lovely town. I mean, could do without some of this imperial structures, but I'm sure they'll be getting rid of that soon enough. Oh, hello, Gaius. Right, Gaius is a part of this quest line. Yeah, because it's like the people that he adopted are causing problems.
You're the one who piloted that war machina and defeated the sapphire weapon, aren't you?
Yep, that was me.
I thought so. I've heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Avelina, and I grew up here. When I saw 16, I was put to work as a Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we are now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For decades, we suffered at their hands. Generations of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield, and I hoped that my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove that they haven't been forgotten. A monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I'd need to see the official list of conscripts. If one still exists, it would be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town. But with the Resistance troops and Ironworks engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me? I'll leave as soon as I find the list. Thank you. I'll follow your lead.
Sure thing. Burly engineer.
Something I can help you with? I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings, but it seems she has her reasons. Since we're still carrying out our investigations, we've closed the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking, though, I can hardly say no. Still, I'd better go with her, in case the others kick up a fuss.
You're very kind. I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks.
Think nothing of it. I was glad to help.
As I'd suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of the local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend Milisandia. I had no idea she'd been assigned to the 7th Legion, of all places.
How did you know her? Yeah, the 7th Legion is quite an assignment.
It all began while we were serving together in the 14th Legion. We had much in common, both being drafted from the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. Then one day, she was sent to fight in Eorzea, while I remained here. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. The youngest one, Rickon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adoptive father, Gaius von Baelsar, before they departed. It was actually another of his orphans, Livia Junius, who forbid them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seemed that Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius, and wouldn't let anyone else near him. As far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible, but her devotion to him was bombarding on obsession, and she became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, a Praefectus Castrorum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. While I was surprised that a Rogadin had risen to such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I had hoped that with people like him serving on the Eorzean front, they would be in safe hands. Then the time came for Milisandia to leave. We shared a few final words, and then she was gone. It would be the last I ever saw of her. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus Laticlavius of the 14th. Nero Toskeva and I worked on restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed, but I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down.
I was also there that day.
I eventually made my way back to Werlit, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Even now it makes me sick to my stomach to think I'd helped bring those abominations into the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapon's core was part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they'd never dream of subjugating a true-born Garlean to such barbaric treatment. Not when the 7th Legion has a ready supply of provincial conscripts ripe for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with the list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project.
Let's bring an end to the weapon project, together.
But what can I do? For years all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. When they do, it will bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Milisandia would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met, but to the Empire, she was just another pawn in their games. I'll never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is.
I mean, if you worked on the weapons, then you know at least some of their schematics and how they function and how they might be brought down.
But first, I need to speak with members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that War Machina you used to beat the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help.
That too.
I'll still be going ahead with the plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Milisandia and the others can wait a little longer. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I'd have done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again.
Lyokaya and Krista have joined up. I think we could probably do it now then. Well, two tanks, 2 healers. We're in the same boat as last time. Back to Garabania, I suppose. Well, it is... Someone asked what's my stream? I've got a feeling it will probably be ready to take on the 4th circle pretty soon.
Oh wait, this requires 3 parties? Oh, shoot.
Let's, we're gonna have to change that thing. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Crickety. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, yeah, to end that and reset it up as an alliance. Or, where is it? Is it not? Wait a minute. Was I lied to? Did I somehow have it looking at the wrong thing? Let me take a look at it. What is... Oh yeah, it was showing a Glaya, that's why. Yeah, we're good. Probably just 1 DPS and we can go. Yeah. It just defaulted to a Glaya and I was like, wait, what? But no, we're good. So we're Speros. Okay, so it looks like we're probably going to be fighting Hesperos. Interesting. Just throw out the question there. Snip. Alright. Sounds good. Alright, let's give it a shot. Oh. Oh, really? Okay. That's good. Good to know that this one is soloable. I wasn't sure, because I'd soloed the first two, and then Phoenix decided to have mechanics that require multiple people. But also soloing takes forever. I mean, the first two took 20 minutes each. Just because tanks don't have... Like, tanks survive, but they don't have great DPS. Because the tanks. Alright. Look like this thing. What the? What are you doing? That carpet.
These holes are my domain.
Way over there? Okay. Is that something that we want to step in? What's the water? I feel like this is about to be another... Okay. Alright. Well. First one was a get away from the center. And the second one's all like... Get to the center. That's fine. Everybody's running in that same direction. Okay, the spout means it's going to be this area. Learning. Tank here, or oh, not tank there. You want to stay out of whatever is okay. I thought it was like an X to say there's no tank in here currently, and there should be. And then once the tank stepped in there, it might switch to a check mark, but it didn't, and I was like, what's going on? Alright. Could be worse. Yeah, you know, could be worse. GG indeed. Nice job, everyone. Thank you. This way it only took 4.5 minutes to kill him instead of... Nosferatu. Whee! I guess I'll get those. Nosferatu. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. I'm hoping that I'll be able to get through the 8th circle today. Because I know that one is on the Mog thing for this week. But yes, I would greatly appreciate any assistance.
Now, Themis, we end this here.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Fools! I will not be put in chains. To think that I would fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception. They shall return to the star with me.
You are wasting your breath, Hesperus. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that.
Yes, yes. My repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I have failed, my end shall be on my terms. You shall not chain me, I'll kill myself. I remain loyal to my very last. Come what may, I die with dignity.
Do you, though? How did your ambition lead you so astray, Hesperus? You were better than that. Your star shone more brightly than any other in Pandæmonium. You had La Habrea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides. He became so blinded by his own desires that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperus's infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that fate had chosen you and not him to be La Habrea's son. So terrible did this jealousy become that he sought verboten power. Power that La Habrea would be unable to ignore.
How does a pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? I've never heard of such a thing.
It's not that uncommon. It happens. Doesn't mean it's right, but it does happen.
I see. I admit I cannot but find it vexing. But perhaps that signifies naught but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times, a person you trust to guide you true. But it is to desperately wish, how it is to desperately wish for their light would fall upon you again. But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. We must find the other warders and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least, we can be certain. I believe I can be of help in that matter. The influence of Hesperus' magic is fading throughout Asphodelos. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that?
Smile. Looks like they're about to do it right now.
What? What is this presence? Erechthonios, what lies beyond that threshold? That's the passage which connects Asphodelos to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodelos is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos.
Menacing.
A warding sigil? How? Let us return to the gates for now. I should like to appraise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over.
Not.
Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandæmonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions. But could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When we first encountered you, you said the memories of your escape were vague and that your senses were muddled. I believe that was more than the result of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible that this same magic could have poisoned Hesperus' heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer of power he could not refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed, our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments. For more potential hemitheoi. Hemitheoi? If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues,
They're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose heart yet, Erechthonios. Hesperos challenged us alone, and that tells me that the process of his creation was a long and taxing one. If he was the first Hemethios, then the rest of the warders are likely still alive. However, much as I would like to hasten deeper into Pandæmonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding a way through, but also first, real quick, there's this bot in my chat that I need to ban. Get him out of here. Alright, back to the matter at hand. With the creation still having free reign of Asphodelos, that won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles and thus can wield interment magic within their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that? Then nothing's stopping us from returning order to Asphodelos. Just so. I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement, however. You are Asphodelos' sole remaining warder, after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... Do you mean to send a report to La Habrea? 'Tis too soon to say. Let us first find a way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandæmonium, then I'm not above asking La Habrea for help, should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paint Hesperos' actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Erechthonios and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe we shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asphodelos. You should take this time to rest. Surely you are weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Themis' burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he's shown that he's more than capable to bear it. Still, I would help wheresoever I'm able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense! You owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we were able to come this far. Elsewise, we would have likely succumbed to the hippocampus's assault. Each of us has arrived at this dire pass by separate paths, but it is only by combining our respective expertise that we will reach the end of it and see Pandæmonium saved. Smile. Thank you, Themis. Hesperos' words seem to have affected me more than I realize. Together we've come this far, and together we'll reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, let us allow Genosia her rest. Besides, you have someone awaiting a report on your progress, yes? I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. Smile, nod. Yeah. I guess I'll speak with Claudian at Aporia. But then I'll be back. I don't need a rest. What a weird Aetheryte. The second you teleport in, ankle deep in a fountain,
Do you think anybody will complain about teleporting in just to have their feet soaked in water? Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Welcome, Genosia. Back from the past, none the worse for wear, I see. So, what did you find?
Well, a lot. Big report. This place called Pandæmonium.
So there is evil afoot in Pandæmonium. An already ominous place, I must say. Mythic beasts and missing warders. Truly, we are fortunate to see you return to us in one piece. It appears the voice Genosia heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered. Indeed. It could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert a tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet ilm by ilm, we shall unveil the mystery. With the help of Genosia, of course. By her actions was the fabric of the past reshaped. Yet she returns to the same present she left. Which can only mean one thing. That her intervention in Pandæmonium's crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. Gasp. There is no telling what consequences would arise if we stopped pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unveiling within Pandæmonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples would carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave an indelible mark upon history's pages. That despair would only feed the terrible beast that arose during the final days. The first final days already had a drastic effect on the eons that followed. If the scars it left were made even deeper, then we risk losing our present entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know that I have asked much of you already, but can I count on you to continue your work in Pandæmonium? Yeah. Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. If there is aught we can do to ease your burden, you need only say the word. Speaking of which, might you return the crystal into our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further.
Alright. Here you go.
Ah, it shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. And as matters in Elpis seem to be in a similar state, I must ask that you rest. But before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves into its critical stage, I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Melanie is an expert in armaments from throughout history, be they from the far-flung past or made in the most modern forges. Should you find aught of interest in your adventures, bring it here, and she will be glad to offer her services. We know researchers in numerous fields that would love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone eras, and would give you goods in return that should aid you in trials ahead. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records of events you have reported here, Nimjiji has been taking faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal.
Currency.
I sense that we have embarked upon something monumental, something that will dwarf all else I have accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor nor reassurance than to have your capable assistance in this endeavor. If there is anything to be found that will contribute to your success, we shall find it. We shall not rest until we have unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you will be the first to know when we do. Yeah.
I guess I'll take that one.
An unwelcome visitor, says the eye.
Gymnasia! I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say... Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Ah, yes, of course. My apologies, Gymnasia. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning. With a crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides, containing the memories of a party yet unknown, they cried out for deliverance from Pandæmonium, where the ancients kept volatile creatures under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring this facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess, and the combined magical talents of your companions, Themis and Erichthonios, was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos. But the greater threat remains. In the depths of Pandæmonium, a presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. This is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole, and indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. Gasp. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Gymnasia grace us with her protection? I'm afraid she has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Ruisinod. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandæmonium, where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion, in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean... Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. And off he goes. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, and he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard, much as it spoke only to you last time. None but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Genosia, it may be best to return to Pandæmonium, as Professor Claudine suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandæmonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There is something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandæmonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been made under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results.
Ah, brilliant! Delving into these records may shed light on creatures Genosia has yet to encounter. If your theories proves correct, that is.
While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only her strength to carry the day. For your own sake, as well as ours, please unearth what information you can.
Alright. Curtsy. Bow. Well then. I'll get back to you later, Namichi. These are, yeah, Asphodelos. Don't care for the Asphodelos, but the next tier, I do want for those. Alright. Let's go. To the past. Gotta get back in time. No, not Morpho. Aetherized. Right. Just to double check. Oh, right. Yeah, I can just go straight to Elpis. Forgot about that. Oh, hey, Themnis.
You seek records of Pandæmonium's creations? Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same.
Oh, perfect. I should not be surprised if we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could.
Awesome.
Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandæmonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Erechthonios' capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master interment, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the Naos to Pandæmonium.
Alright. Let's go. Way over there. closer. Still wild that NPCs will be all like, man, I really want to research this thing, but it only existed like way, way, way in the past, back before the world was sundered. There's no way that I could possibly do it. And then my character comes along, he's all like, actually, I can go to the past for you. Don't worry about it. It'll take me like 5 minutes. As I have pondered our expedition into Pandæmonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Erechthonios were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looks to his father with bald hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions toward a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself, it is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandæmonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to it. There were many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source, and pose my questions to a member of the Words of La Habrea. And so here is one such member. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandæmonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandæmonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the Words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the Words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited, information, I cannot but feel that Academia Enida would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandæmonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of creations kept within Pandæmonium were sent from Elpis. Yet as the years passed, interests changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis, paradoxically, drew the attention of Pandæmonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandæmonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. although I admit, as of late, their communication has been somewhat sporadic. We but recently received a report from one of the key wards stating that all is well within Pandæmonium's halls. Really? And you are certain that a key ward sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my pride. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warders' work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. All is well. A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining key wards is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandæmonium with haste.
Let's go.
Man, that water is so pretty. Such a nice blue. I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Erechthonios at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. Indeed, indeed. How's it going, buddy? Ooh. Looks like it's going pretty well. Are you getting better? Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there?
There's something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth?
I know this creature. A familiar of the Phoenix. But that monster is locked away.
That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you.
Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you, and make you pay for the chaos you've sown.
Now, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Brea, your father.
And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose students struggled to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing.
that still you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea!
At last, you moved to keep up. Pity that you remain behind nonetheless.
What?
As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandæmonium's great experiment.
There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations?
You shall. Take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled.
What? What wish?
Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires lie more than you know.
What are you?
Uninvited guests, join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you.
No, fortune favors him quite well.
Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I'm no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it.
Yeah.
So these are the heroes who brought Hesperus low. Even his power divine flow through his veins. 'Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with.
Is it really La Habrea?
Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There's but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and keyword alike.
La Habrea. What have you done?
And so there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start.
There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the Convocation, and the words his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny. Even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics, it may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he's capable of this?
Well, in a few thousand years, perhaps. That La Habrea, yeah. I don't know about past La Habrea. La Habrea is capable of far more than you know. Once he goes crazy.
Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples, if it brings his goals closer in reach?
That's the way I knew him.
That alone should be enough. But let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition.
While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seemed guided by a firm understanding of what is just.
There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandæmonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves.
A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Do you mean discomforting? Discomforting? With an O, not an I? Is discomfitting a word? If so, I've not heard it before.
Then we must move forward with no excessive caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandæmonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms.
Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Erichthonios' side, in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard?
That's what I do.
Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight.
Yeah.
Abyssos, the fifth circle, now accessible.
Alright. Here we go. Finally. What the? Looks like somebody else is trying to get through the fourth circle. You know what? Let's join them. Shall we? Let's help another person get through. Obviously, as we've just been through, there's a lot of cutscenes between that and the fifth circle, but... No, I remember, but I thought... I don't know. I thought that you would be okay. I thought you might be okay with it, or... I mean, you helped me through the fourth circle. Though I guess I should have asked. You're right. I'm sorry. Oh, really? Well, I guess it still works out then, with all their updates recently. Huh. Yeah. Square has certainly been making some nice little quality of life updates to the game recently. like how you can now mount while moving instead of having to stand there, wait for your mount bar to finish, and then go along. Yeah. It is nice, because then it's like, okay, everybody, let's just pile into this party over here. What the? What the? There's 2 fourth circles going. Still good. Yeah. I also catch myself stopping, going to mountain, and it's all like, wait, I can walk. It's that muscle memory. It's hard to get rid of. Yeah, let's turn Nosferatu. Look at our new little guy. Unable to summon minion here. Tisk. Wait. Pop back over to Gittervania. Officer?
So, how was your time in Turncliffe?
It was alright.
I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand. But now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said of the whole of Turncliffe. It seems the liberation of that one small town will become a pivotal moment in Wurlit's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'd be honored to fight alongside the people of Wurlit. We won't rest until the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass on any pertinent information in the meantime. Take care.
Yeah. And love you shall find, Orchestrion Roll.
I wasn't expecting to see you here, considering all that's been happening about Eorzea of late. Still, if you've a mind to assist us, we'd like to share the latest developments in Wurlit. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation.
Thanks, I'll take it from here, says Alec.
I'm glad to see you looking so well, Genasi. It's Minago, right? It's been too long, Monago. I think it's Monago. Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Ralger's Reach much lately. Anyone would think you're trying to avoid me. But as much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business to discuss. Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Wirlit also have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of the Wirlit Revolutionaries, and they aim to depose the 7th Legion that currently occupies the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts, and between them, they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. After much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Baelsar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning to a former enemy, and many did, but desperate times call for desperate measures. His reputation as a legatus speaks for itself, and, as most Alamegans will attest, he was a far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King Theodoric. Of his successor, or his successor Xenos, for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Wirlit in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. We've got our hands full dealing with the Talafaroi, as do the rest of our allies in Eorzea, but we'll do what we can. While my comrades see to the preparations, I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Thanks, Ginasia. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with the Black Wolf is a rather daunting prospect, even if he has supposedly turned over a new leaf. But I'm sure having you there will make a world of difference. Yeah. I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yes? Let him know when you're ready to get going. Duty in the sky with diamond. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Well, we've got a healer, tank, and 2 DPS. But I suppose it's up to Ying whether they want to unsync or not. Ba, 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 ba. Ah, Gaius Baelsar, I presume. I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance's official reply to your request for aid. Yeah. Oh, most like to sync on this server? Alright.
I see. You have my thanks.
Does this mean we can officially make our move?
With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far, and we must be prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear.
If our lives must be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. Let me be clear, we Alamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people of Wirlit chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. I only hope they will not come to regret it.
As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment, and whatever that may entail.
Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I would like to discuss the transportation of supplies from Alamigo. This way, if you please.
Once again, I prepare to lead an army into Wurlit. The irony is not lost on me. It is a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind. That only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized. In every territory I sought out those with the potential for greatness, without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they may serve the Empire. But there are those, such as Valens, who see being born Garlean a virtue in itself, one above all others. To think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of Legatus and everything that entails, it makes my blood boil. Valens brings shame upon our homeland, and makes mock of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand, he shall pay for his crimes.
We are running out of time, Gaius. We have to go after her.
There is something I would show you, but not here. Come with me.
Ba, 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 ba. Alright, looks like we just need 2 more. Oh, 1 more. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. There's only 1 more. I'm afraid that this speech with Gaius might be another cutscene, and I don't want to delay people. Yeah, party fulfilled. Or party filled. Here we go. Let's beat up Dracula, yeah. Yeah. Let's do it. Come on, Ying. I don't know. It's wild. They put up the party finder, and I haven't seen them speak much. Let me see. I think they
said hi when we joined. Yeah, they said hello when we joined. And then they haven't said anything since. Oh, but they're ready. It's just Thor that we're waiting on, I guess. Yeah. All right, we're ready. Let's go. What the? Now I'm on. Oh, okay. They are ready. Just hit the wrong button. What is that? Tell me, a miserable pile of secrets. Look at all these peoples. Come on, Sparrows. Yeah, come on over to the corner. The waters. That was more of a slice than a skewer. The Sparrows, just saying. You need to rename your attack. Will it be lightning or water first? Water first. Oh, no poison. believe is, yeah, get away from yourself. And like, oh. Right. On it on DPS. Ying. Next attack, I cannot see. Oh. Okay. Push. Uh-oh. We did it! Woo! GG. Alright. Now. I guess I'll have to leave this party. Now put up my own for the 5th. Boom. This prepped. Hey guys.
You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I am being distracted by personal matters. This letter was found in her room.
Dear Father, I am sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake and for the freedom of Werlit, I have decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it is too late. My mind is set. Please, do not try to stop me, Father. The days we spent together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Allie.
She is heading for the 7th Legion stronghold in Werlit. I am certain of it.
Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. If so, there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces and save Ali and Alphonse.
I want nothing more than to save them, but I cannot ask the Werlite revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. And as capable a warrior as Junasia is, if she were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, she would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers.
But if we don't do something, Ali and Alphonse are as good as dead.
I know, Severa. And so did Ali when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan.
Oop.
Can you hear me? I'm in Werlite, just outside Castrum Collinum. The have broken loose. There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke and flames, I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Confound it! We have lost the signal. This must be what Ali spoke of in her letter. A way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning from the beginning. To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Werlite from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives.
If the revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as the perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention, but the 3 of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. Between us, we'll find a way to save them.
I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone.
I'll have you know, my record for surviving dangerous missions is impeccable. So far.
Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Werlite may yet present itself.
Tripping over the words.
But we must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Severa, have Sid ready the G-Warrior.
Understood. The G-Warrior.
Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar.
Oh? Hang on. As soon as this cutscene is over. Sometime earlier in the 7th Legion's Werlite headquarters. How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valens, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald,
The primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a singular purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived, Sapphire and Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations.
As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Balsar's band of rebels and reclaim the data.
Yes, you have done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the diamond weapon.
Then all that remains is for me to assume my role as its pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots as per our agreement.
Of course, of course. A handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapon project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic orosite. In addition to their physical attributes... Hang on. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations. And you are everything I desire.
I am honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valence. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request that the people of Werlead be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern.
My, how very bold of you, and quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Werlead citizenship if I so desired. Unfortunately, a mere legatus such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of imperial territory on a whim.
Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you have taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens.
I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well, if it's Werlead you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need for this stinking backwater province anyway.
And what about my brother? Yes, I know there's still... I know I need to fix it. I'm in a cutscene, I can't... Alright, just give me a minute.
Yes, Alwick, or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I've made special arrangements for him. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement.
Excellent. Now let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? One step closer to my coronation.
This is the moment I've been waiting for. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me.
It's still going.
I didn't realize it would be this long. Initiating the synthetic orosite system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon, codename Xenos, commencing activation sequence.
Behold perfection itself.
Melisandre, Ricon, and Rex gave their lives. That others may live without fear. The orosite is taking hold. I'm just glad that you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse. But you'll have to go on without me. You and Father still must work together to... Ah! I'm sorry I can't be there at your side. This is the only way.
What's that, my dear? Is something the matter?
The diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. Beat the philosophy, beat the philosophy. Woo!
Oh boy. If only you had better aim.
Low-born filth! If you think your little performance had me fooled, you're sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down!
Yes, my lord. Transmitting deactivation signal.
Well.
It's not responding!
Yeah, they have remote control.
That insolent whelp had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I am through with her, she will beg for death.
Don't worry. Gosh dang.
No, I can't let it end like this. Melisandre, recall Rex, guide my hand. Alphonse, wherever you are, lend me your strength.
Combat sample. Ready. Initiating overmind. Subject name.
Overmind? What is that? Ah! This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating Overmind. But how?
I don't care how. Stop that thing before it brings down the whole Castra.
Too late.
Uh-oh. So is Valens dead? Because that would be great. Alright, finally! Shoo! Oh boy. Alright. Why does it do this? Why does it do this? Get that out of there. There. Sheesh. It's a lot longer than I thought it was. But it's fixed now, yeah. There's 2 of us. Alright, well, in any case. Let's see. Fixed. Should be. Yeah, let's just go. And that. Okay. Ready, check. Alright. Let's do it. But
Abyssos, the 5th circle.
it's a cage match. He's got us for 3 minutes of playtime. Here we go. What magic does he cast? Oh. We want to be on the other side? Oh, because it reflects. I see. to be in this one. Yep. Just a little more than 3 minutes, so I was almost correct in my 3 minutes of playtime. Reference. Seal them up, boys. Nobody else wanted these things. All right. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Erecthonios and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible.
Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for so long. But I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you.
It's him.
La Brea.
I'm all too familiar. Paragon.
A charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. No, I am La Brea, of the Convocation of 14.
If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question.
That can wait.
What is this?
Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether, and in an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Erecthonios' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena.
Mother? You would dare hide her behind her name?
Listen well, Erecthonios. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out?
Erecthonios, wait. There's a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Brea, why speak such blatant lies?
Bitter in defeat, are we?
Say my name.
A simple request.
Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you.
I have my answer. The La Habrea that I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its denigration. You sully his station with this farce! Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis.
What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Elidibus? Imposter. You have no right to claim that form, that mask.
What? Who?
"'Twas a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise."
Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Erechthonius, listen well. I am Hephaestus, and it is I whom you should call father.
What? What in the name of creation?
We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order.
Elidibus, let us return to safety so you may provide it.
Ah, that sounds more like the La Habrea I know.
Elidibus.
Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. I know a thing or two about deception myself. I had a feeling. I mean, I don't know. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there.
Please, help him. Save him.
Huh? Who? Are you in that sewer grate over there? In that sewer pipe over there? What are you on about? As you are aware by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azem and I detected irregularities in Pandæmonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I'm sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azem nor I had ever met you in the flesh, you came with her highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question.
How do you know Azem had never met me in the flesh?
That somewhere in the world a guiding star so similar to herself was out there amused Azem to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in her heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Venar, who held the position of Azem previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She too now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that.
Yeah, all of that is true.
Keywords, jail.
I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea, and truth be told, I had hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself La Habrea? And why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandæmonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out?
I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandæmonium, including the fact that Azem and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus's deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping.
So you knew of his existence from the beginning. I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation, not without good reason at least.
As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. 'Tis not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way, yet within his heart is naught but greed and envy and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves.
If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve?
He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. and know that he has awakened. And now that he is awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster unto our star. As Chief Keyword of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed.
What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habrea.
Do you disagree?
You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet, as you can see by Erechthonius' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azem and I grappled with the conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. 'Twas the only way I could truly determine the best solution.
And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The Chief Keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence.
Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No! You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Junasia has stood against.
Junasia, is it? A being of such ether as I have never seen. What are you?
She is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to her stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Junasia. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. La Habrea, can't be just. Don't trust this man! It's too soon to give up on saving the others. Agreed. We still know next to nothing about Hephaestus, and I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we've managed to regain control of Asphodelos. He must be made to see that there's merit in continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus, the emissary. Judge which approach is more sound, and even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion on Themis, or as Themis, can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust that you'll find the best way forward. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Junasia's might and Erechthonius' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavor is futile.
If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandemonium.
You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Gymnasia, come find me when you're finished. Erechthonios is understandably frustrating, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray, lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. Alright. Can we just... What are those swirling vortexes? If people can just walk right through them. You do have my gratitude. Ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment, without your words to sway him, La Habrea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When at first we realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other keywords did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold, secrets that would be buried if Pandæmonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words, the truth of my mother. While La Habrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. Pulling you to his side, I guess? All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Habrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think, Gymnasia? Does the La Habrea you know have any regard for the lives of others? Or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? I mean, true, but I feel like in this age, well, he wants to use my ally as a vessel for his own ends. What would possess him to do that? Even for La Habrea, such an act would be a black mark against him if it were made known. Can't imagine how much your ally suffered. To be fair, many Ascians in my age have done that, but it is plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Gymnasia. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea that we are capable of saving Pandæmonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. Yeah. We'll clear Abyssos and then move on to the next layer. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us, and seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford. Gymnasia, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities, and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. Alright. Alright, La Habrea. Let's talk.
Erechthonios appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Azem.
Yeah,
Your unusual ether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I have seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Azem never ceases to surprise. The previous Azem was much the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter, the true danger of Azem's nature is its tendency to infect all those she comes into contact with.
Emmett Selk said much the same. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty.
And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within.
The chief keyword's reach is far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to?
I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation. Or perhaps they have been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of Hegemon, keyword of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there is something else at work.
If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into a Hemitheos, doubtless against her will. Genosia, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate. And if we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage.
Your allies make you bold, Erechthonios. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you.
The sixth circle is now accessible. All right. Here we go, and let's make sure to remove. Alright, yeah. There we go. Clear that out. In case people want to do it. Synced. For the tombstones. I'll leave it open like that. And real quick, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some water. Refill my thermos. BRB.
almost full. Perfect. Just need one healer. One more and we could sink this and get some log tomes. Let's take a look at these armor bits that we've got. Checked how many of the things that I need. So it is 2, 4, 2, 4. Yeah. Same as always, I guess. I don't think I need any. Well, I might pick up. Although actually, I'm going back and forth a bit. Yeah, because those are also level 90. So. I was just thinking, if I need any level 90 accessories, I could get them through this for free. But mainly I want the cool fire armor. It is going to take 4 chest pieces to get 1 chest piece. Got enough for 1 helmet, which is cool. Sadly, doesn't have any like visor adjustment, but still, it looks sick. And there's the purple for maiming. This for striking. My head is fire now. Hello, yes. Nothing strange going on here. Just the sunglasses. I gotta protect my fire head from the UV rays of the sun, you know. It's The sun is so blinding. I gotta have these sunglasses on to protect my flames. This does... Okay, so the sunglasses do go beneath this one. Which is good to know. Those are pretty cool. Say hello to Nimjiji. This shouldn't be a cutscene, right?
Jinasia, allow me to thank you personally for your contribution to our research. Your stories of the ancients' creations have planted the seeds of a great many theories, and I cannot wait for them to flourish.
Recount the tales of Asfidelos.
Uh-oh. Should be quick. Professor Claudian has asked me to write detailed records of your investigation. If you wouldn't mind staying for a while, I would ask you to tell me more of your adventures in the past. Adventures that started with that mysterious crystal, seemingly containing a message declaring a crisis in this pandemonium. Of course, Professor Claudian will eventually make a report, but we are deficient on concrete facts at present. To that end, I suppose a comprehensive catalog of the beasts you encountered in the Asfidelos circles would be a fine starting point. Yes, I require every gory detail, every hair-raising description.
Nimshishi, I've brought the volumes you asked for, but are you quite certain we need all this just to research the crystals? Some of these habitats of aquatic life forms and myths and folklore of the phoenix, for example, seem to have little bearing on the subject. In fact, many of these tomes seem to be related to the creatures of the Pandæmonium Junasia spoke of. Surely we have better things to do with our time. Junasia has already encountered and subdued them, so what use could further insight offer?
On the contrary, Rusinod, we would be remiss in our duty as academics not to take every opportunity to learn more about these subjects. To view the creatures of bygone times through the lens of modern science is a dream so few have the chance to achieve. Of course, I'll not deny a personal interest in the matter.
As I thought, while there were enough relevant volumes for me to fulfill your request at this once, if you wish to state your appetite for knowledge again, might you do so on your own time?
Going as fast as I can.
This one should be a very short one.
Shall we proceed? Tell me everything you remember, and please, spare not a single detail. I don't easily frighten, you may be assured. We might start with your battle with this transformed warder. Erechthonios, was it? I would also like to hear of the keyword and the nature of his metamorphosis.
Yep. We tell all the tales.
Good. Thank you for the priceless information. While I'm disappointed I couldn't behold your foes with my own eyes, your stories have given me more than enough to write sufficiently thorough descriptions. Perhaps we should also include basic theories concerning the growth and behavior of these creatures. It would give our little catalog some flavor, wouldn't you agree? We could start with, I have it. Aquatic life forms in our time have been observed to grow sizes that are orders of magnitude larger than their larval forms. In fact, it may not be so preposterous to posit that the hippocampus you encountered was merely a larval form of a much more massive and, dare I say, horrific entity. Now, don't look at me like I'm some mad magus. Breakthroughs have been precipitated by even wilder theories than that. As the professor always says, we mustn't let logic stand in the way of brilliance. Until proven one way or another, every hypothesis is a valid one. There is nothing quite like the ambrosia of inspiration.
Are we making records or creating fairy tales?
As long as I make a note in the margins of my records indicating that a theory is unproven, we can let our imaginations run wild. Yes, I said our. You needn't be a researcher to have an idea that will leave its mark on generations, or for generations.
All right, let's go. Ready, check. And let me make sure to set this to restricted. 6th circle. Whew. Here we go. Full party. 6th circle. Yeah! I summon you, my companions. Yeah, it pulsates. What? Uh-oh. Placing down tiles. This hegemon. Just go! Charge forth! Everyone. Strike her down. Oh. Looks like they have iron. Assume I want to not be in those squares. Forest so. Oh. That. She just keeps on doing it. Emetheos' Dark Form. Rossamorph. Ah! What do we do? Oh. Oh. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Next time, point away. I was wondering if she was going to do multiple mechanics at once. Oh. Transmission. Come on, Silmore. So rude. Oh, here we go. pretty good. What does that mean? What is... They're swapping. I was wondering. I wasn't sure what else it could be. But I had half a thought that it might just hit things in between those two posts. Be over here. They're making it complicated now. Stacking mechanics. So, stacking mechanics is good mechanics. It shows you a new mechanic and then gets used to how to deal with it, and then they add a new thing on top, and they're like, okay, now that's how you deal with that. Get used to that, and then they add another thing, or one mechanic. Get used to that. Show you a different mechanic. Get used to that. Show you both at the same time. Good game design. Go, Pokeball! Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, helmet and chest I definitely want. The arm, or the hands, legs, feet, not as needed, I think. We've won! The keyword is sealed away and alive this time. La Habrea can't deny us now. Yeah. Hear that, La Habrea? Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemon has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods.
You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being ether as thin as retreating mist. This being ether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a Hemitheos, has made this ordeal far more interesting.
Then we have leave to continue.
As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. 'Twould be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandæmonium.
And of whom do you speak?
A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom.
So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can praise his companions. That's something that Genosia and Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and to act before that path lies closed to us.
Then tell me, what is it you hope for?
To see Hephaestus in chains. That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandæmonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena.
And there we have it. You must leave this place at once. And do not think to set foot in Pandæmonium again. You are capable, that much is plain. Yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle, this is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's.
What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible.
Think, Erechthonios. I've already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools?
Is it worth it? To see her once more?
Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives? What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother.
Please, such bobs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss...
You would call me fool? You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition? For the sake of the star, no doubt? I can hear it again, that voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus' father. Mother, oh, I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you.
Oh, Hephaestus.
No, listen not, Erechthonios.
Apologies. You taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder. Well. Quest accepted! Yay!
Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Erechthonios, it made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering just below the surface. 'Twas but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Erechthonios himself failed to notice until it was too late.
If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other keywords had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless Hephaestus' magic fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? Yeah. They said, no, don't listen to that voice. As I thought, someone was trying to warn Erechthonios, but whom? Could it have been one of the keywords?
Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Erechthonios past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness.
There is time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandæmonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Erechthonios is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear, La Habrea. Pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait.
The deepest level of Pandæmonium is called Tartaros. And your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving far past the threshold.
That, I expect, is where Trinosia shall shine. Her dissolute ether shall allow her to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure.
Yeah. My ether signature is so small, it will slither right through all those traps.
Then time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure.
Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I am afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Erechthonios. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there is the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erechthonios' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema, you act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it?
I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel its still greater pain.
So instead of being honest, you bicker like a child? How dare you?
No. You are right. The blame for Ericthonius' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well. I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low.
Fine.
The remaining keyword is Agdistis. She has served in Pandæmonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a place unreachable by conventional means. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Agdistis.
We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight and phantom allies to aid you. As for the interment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method.
Interment shall not be necessary. From here I can sense Agdistis' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemone. She has been transfigured such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what a mercy the underworld will be to her.
The seventh circle is now accessible! Woohoo! Here we go. The seventh circle. Boom. We're almost there. We're almost there. Weekly Mog. I'm gonna get those 20 tomestones. And yes, we did get 4 for doing it synced. That's good. I need many more armors. But of course I can grind those out later. There. We're so close. We just gotta get through the 7th circle, some more cutscenes, and then we can take on the 8th circle. And then we're good to go. in on our platoon, shall we? While we wait for people to join up. Are they trained enough? So close. It's so close. Let me see. Looks like I do have enough to do it. One more training and they'll be good to go. I do want to take a look and see what I have in here. Actually, we'll go ahead and do that, make things simpler. I was just wondering if I had any, like, big ol' hood. But not really. Alright. Figured it would go with the, these robes. Be more mysterious of, ooh, who am I, really? Ancient peoples? You'll never guess that I'm from the future. Oh, I should probably prepare here. We weren't that damaged, but still. Ritorana Lighthouse. Eden's verse. Copied factory. They want the 2B glamour. And Alexander. Oh, it's savage. Still haven't gotten an attempt in on the worst raid. Understandable, but I still have to do it, as they say. Well. Woo! Got 2 people. Yeah, I can empty. see. I need 100 to get Return to Oblivion Orchestrion roll. And there's 50 for the Ruby Quibber, 50 for the Iron Frog Mover. I got the Modern Aesthetics. Got the Ballroom Etiquette. And there's 30 each for the Drakehorn, Direwolf, Reveling Kamui, Blissful Kamui. And I think that's about it. There is the, I guess, the riding maps for Thanlin that I could pick up. Total of 50 for all of those. Beast of Brewers Beacon. That's. Wait a minute. Why is it at the Fishing Guild? What the? I feel like that is probably cooking. Is it? Or no? What is this? What's going on at the Fishing Guild? Susipo. Level 50 fishing quest. Oh, but it's not a blue one. It's not blue. That's probably why I haven't done it. Not a blue plus quest. For want of a memory. Oh yeah, that's the weapon thing. Where no Loppert has gone before, cutting the cheese. There were so many people doing 4th and 5th circle, but then we get to 7th circle and suddenly no one's here anymore. Seems impossible to get on this. Yeah, it just like jumps me off. Just 2 more. One more. Just need one more healer. There's a bunch of party finders going out now. Containment bays. P1T6 is 20 tokens? What? You get 2 each time. Yeah, woo! Ready, check. Taiyang. Okay. Woo! 7th circle. Ready. Fight. This is a pretty place.
The world unsundered. Abyssos. The 7th circle. There.
Yeah. That doesn't look pleasant. Emethios Agdistis.
For me, I summon thee.
Wow, that's a big range you got going here. Don't even have to get very close. Huh. Oh. Bad. Trouble? Oh, Attis. Oh. Bow of Attis. you, Thamus.
Virgins of Ether, beware that they may spawn.
Beware where they can spawn. Oh. Thought they were gonna be ads. Wait. I guess not. They're all looking separate directions. Oopsie. What the? Made it. Take the hits. And he's down. Yippee! Alright. Whatever. Read the rest. Those. Cool. Now we move on. The moment Agdistis was slain,
The flow of ether in Pandæmonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here.
This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a key ward would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo.
If only I could restore Tartarus to order. But I am afraid this is the most I can manage with such power as remains to me. It has been too long, Master Labrea.
Likewise, keyword Agdistis. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spell, even diminished as you were.
'Twas not an easy task, even with your aid. His curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus am I able to appear before you now, even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands. Some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world.
The report, that was you.
Doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I have called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There's something you must know, that the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I am about to do, Master Labrea, but the story must be told. 'Tis the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erechthonius. No longer can you hide your heart away.
Hephaestus? No, the mask marks him as Labrea.
Master Labrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erechthonius?
My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erechthonius believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth.
His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred?
If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burned with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools to
to be used and discarded. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me, or with him. Should he really hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parents' shadow.
Erechthonios loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time.
Such is Lahabre's nature. Every action, every word, a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to Lahabre to paint the rest for you. And for Erechthonios, I hope.
Thank you, Agdistis.
I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens?
Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final keyword has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. Agdistis was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments. That she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. Yeah? One final wish. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject.
I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Erechthonios could handle the weight of such betrayal, after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long.
Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating Hemitheoi. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena.
That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Erechthonios to safety, in accordance with Agdistis' last wish.
Very well.
I can at least assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple, now that Hephaestus can no longer bend Pandæmonium to his will.
There is but one place left for him to find refuge, the Black Heart of Tartarus, where Athena built her testing compound.
We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. I got this. La Habrea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Junasi's phantom warriors.
I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartaros would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There's no need to dirty your hands with such a deed.
I take it then that you have no intent to seal him away as before.
The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished.
Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together.
Time for the 8th circle of Abyssos.
I wonder what the last 4 raids are in this section, this storyline. Check to see. Don't see anybody else running it. Alright, here we go. 8th circle. Finally doing it. For all the Mog Tomes. There it is.
Abyssos, the 8th circle.
Get those 20 Mog Tomes. Meg Tomes, you know, the Meg Tomes. We only got 2. Got 2 from that. Taeyang's bake. Nice, nice. How much of this place is actually modeled and how much is skybox, because it looks like that this like bridge section out here, it looks to be modeled. Yeah, it definitely has a 3-dimensionality to it. Obviously, it's far out there, so it's difficult to tell, but you can see, like, these little edges here. This one disappearing and this one in view, but then you move over here and it switches. Definitely a 3-dimensionality to that, but I don't know how far it extends. And then the chains. They look to be modeled. So I suppose it could just be a trick. An artist trick. Obviously the clouds in the background there, that's skybox. Just a texture. Well, there's some light animations, although I wonder if those lights are just like a light flashing, or if it's actually part of the skybox.
if the skybox is a video rather than an image. No, I don't know. Then there's that structure, the castle, which does seem to be 3D modeled. I can see the fog passing through it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ready. Two machinists. What about that? There are a lot of party finders out there. Understood this chat message that the system puts out. It says, of the 25 parties currently recruiting, all match your search conditions. What are you talking about? Of all of these parties they're recruiting, none of them match my search conditions. My search condition is doing the 8th circle. This one's Castrum Marinum, Extreme, Storm's Crown, Catissus Hyperborea, doing maps, ocean fishing, and then there's just nuns. They're just advertising things. I don't understand that system message. Runner. Just one more healer and 2 more DPS and we can go! Need more tomes. Need many, many more tomes. I think I need somewhere around 260, 310 mock tomes to get all the things I want. It's certainly would be difficult to accomplish. It's only... How long is this going on Caramel, welcome. Really like this Manderville sword. Especially because, I mean, this sword itself just proves that Square Enix can make a giant sword that has an actual, like, edge on it. It's possible for them to do it, and they've done it with this sword. Albeit in the form of, like, a spectral blade, but it is doable. Meanwhile, there's this one look like? Actually, this one I think is pretty good. The smaller swords tend to be, the wedginess of it, but the actual edge is pretty thin. But there's are many blades. Particularly the Dark Knight ones. Okay. Not that one, no. Can't check my glamour chest. Now this one, obviously, it's meant to be an ice sword, so it's made of ice. It gets a bit of a pass. Can't really call it a sword though, because it's more of a club. Yeah. With the once again, with the big swords, they tend to be very, like, blunt. Like, it's really just a giant metal club. And it's like, at least make the blade, you know, have an edge on it. I know you can. Oh, wow. Many of the party finders have ceased. Either filled or gave up. It's been a long day. Long, long day. Finally, about to finish. Dude, we started with the third circle, right? Yeah. The Phoenix. Started with the third circle, and we've made it all the way to the 8th. It's the third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Yeah. 6 raids. That's a lot. So at least we'll get that Mog Tome weekly. Finally, we'll get at least one of the weeklies. Hey! Nice. Check in, ready check, ready check. Ready swing. Ready swing. You're the latest. Surely you're ready. Alright. Let's do it. 8th circle. Commence. Ba, ba, ba. Whew. The world unsundered. 8th circle. Abyssos.
Ericthonius is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me.
Uh-huh. He's got a voice now. That's the first voice in this whole questline. Perfect imperfection. Hephaestus. Oh. Interesting. Before it was always blue when I summoned people, but now that La Habrea's helping, it's red. Creek got about it since blacksmiths, carpenters, craftsmen, fire, metallurgy.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
Iron is you working? No. Or he's
From
dressed up like
fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight! Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Do you stand in for this?
Let seep sorrow into your heart.
Sides.
I tire of this farce.
Okay, buddy. Just barely set off.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
What the? Don't like that.
You will know my rage.
Okay. Yeah. Alright. That was interesting. Changes his legs.
Perish in flame's embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Of course he's got a bunch of flame related things. Hephaestus.
From fulgent flame my servants rise. Let seep sorrow into your heart. shall see my wish fulfilled. You are prey to be consumed.
Wait. What? Oh, it's because I used an ability. I looked away, but then I used an ability which pulled my view towards the next line ahead.
Sheer flesh from bone. Leave naught but ash in your wake. A fitting death. Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Yeah.
You will know my rage.
I don't think I will, because you're dead.
Gaze of the abyss. Abyssos complete.
All right. I didn't even get it. I'll just leave these.
The chain of events that led to this moment began with my error. When out of mercy I confined you here. Now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. I see you will not go peacefully.
But he was way back there, all chained up. You didn't even dispel the chains. What the?
I noticed that the camera has avoided looking directly behind Hephaestus since he pulled Aristonios over here.
Even a cast-off would uphold his pride, though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half.
Well, okay, I guess they did remove him from the background.
the name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Erichthonios' dream to life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Erichthonios, he knows not what his wish would beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? Do you?
Because you've been deceiving him his whole life.
My wish?
You would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Erichthonios, beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I will not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You who are not but the bitter dregs of Athena, and I, the very worst of us.
Mother, she... No. Then who... How do I...
Hearken your heart! And steel yourself.
I hear you. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever... In La Habrea,
I will have my say. Hurrah! How? His mind was mine.
I can't explain. Genosi's words reached me through the haze. They rang loud and clear. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth.
Yeah! Ha! How? When did you master these bonds? Oh, we've interred much worse. You worthless! You... Ah!
Ooh. soul crystal. It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. Is that a crystal of La Habrea? Is that how you created him?
You did well, son.
Smile.
With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return Erechthonios above. That he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understand his adeptness in the art of interment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless.
Truth imperfect.
I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing, it appears your body is none the worse for wear.
I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandæmonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all?
Yeah. Father and son, chain them up, seal them away.
I see. Despite his muddled senses, Erechthonios felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. La Habrea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past?
Indeed. He was naught but the parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away, a mass of ether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice.
On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale, of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me? I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready.
Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she, that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though, we can enhance and alter our physical vessels. We have ever been bound to them. Though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations.
Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of the gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fancy, considered once and then discarded.
not so for Athena.
As leader of the Words of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with a creation. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result would be something greater than we have ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more.
I take it I was born not soon after.
Just so. I believe she bore true affection for me, and was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandæmonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandæmonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise.
And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her.
I made haste to Pandæmonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Agdistis to keep watch from Tartaros's vestibule as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, 'tis best to see with your own eyes.
Hello, Megan Kimio. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
Is that me? You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandæmonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this?
What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception.
You must have known you could not conceal this from myself and Agdistis forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Erechthonios, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down.
I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time is come, I will have you know the why of it.
Then you will not desist.
Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping me was never an option.
The feelings of one weigh little against the needs of the entire star.
Of course, of that I am well aware, but you did not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child. You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea, and I will talk so fast that you won't have time to read it.
Impossible. You bonded your souls?
Aye. That the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me?
I am become thee, memory and mind.
And I thee.
Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am.
Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star.
How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the selfsame fervor.
I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. "'Twas my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was and live only as La Habrea. Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh.
Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence.
Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Igeorm and Emetselk in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored.
As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained?
I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures, and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should. Yet in truth, he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. Yet for all of that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw. You see, our need for control blinded us to other perspectives.
While I was in thrall to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? Yeah. He did promise. He did promise. I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me? Even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habrea I know had a fatal flaw, after all. I'm still not convinced.
I have said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me or not.
The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don that mask once more, so before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say, thank you, Hephaestus. Always so jarring. I've heard enough. There is more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandæmonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. Thorios. I owe you an apology, Junasia. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandæmonium, then I would have never known La Habrea's story, my father's story. 'Twas a tale I too was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with Azem upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this she foresaw.
I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandæmonium, there is work to be done.
But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory.
Using the facilities in Tartaros, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process.
That is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments, and how he intended to revive Athena.
Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats.
I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I was struck by how wholly different they were.
There is another.
Well, you see, the reason I'm here also, what happened to my webcam? What? Hang on, what's going on here? My webcam froze. There we go. Back to normal.
While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company and Azem was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandæmonium.
Then why would they not make themselves known even now? No threats remain.
Perhaps it was one of the other warders. We shall question them after they are freed.
That task may take some time. A resource I'd rather not steal more of from you. Return at your leisure, and we will share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I'm of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us and continue upon your journey. Or, if you are so inclined, take a much-needed repose.
This talk of journeys smacks of Azem.
As well it should. She has pledged to keep moving until she has seen every corner of the world.
If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. He may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend.
Not. Well, back to Aporia. Bang, 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 bang. Risenod. Oh, look at you guys. Hello. Don't I have yes, hello, you guys. Look at you two. Alpha and Omega. Why, if it isn't Genosia! Excuse me if I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudian commissioned for his search was lost some time ago, and now we have quite lost track of where he might be. Wow. And to make matters worse, Nemichi has just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the Itioscope, in fact. Please, you must come with me. Oh. Isn't that Pandæmonium? In the Icteoscope? What? What is that? Is it real? That's Pandæmonium. Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? I hate it when they do the question marks. It's like, you gotta give me something to go off of. For the voices. Since you won't voice them, Square Enix.
And you too. Professor Claudian's assistant, I take it. As you arrived before me, I take it you are involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation.
Yeah, that's Pandæmonium from ancient times. It holds very dangerous creatures that could threaten this whole star. At least it did back in the past. I don't know anything about this current version of it.
While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming.
The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Azizla, but we know not whether he ever reached his destination.
Azizla?
A rash endeavor, even for Claudian. But he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for it. As for that unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandæmonium, was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two, submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation has concluded.
Uh-huh.
Very good. Now, if you will excuse me, I must apprise the forum of what has occurred here.
And that's actually where I'll end it for today. I'll leave that there just so that I have a marker to easily return to and go like, ah yes, that's the thing I need to do next time. But also, can I afford... I can afford one of them. Look at that. So I could afford this or this. Or I suppose any of the other ones striking. Monk is a ways away from level 90, to be sure. Same with Samurai. Though they would look sick in this. I do have both Maiming and Fending. Yeah, I've got Reaper and Dragoon are both level 90. But then so is my Dark Knight. I'll have to think on it. I could also afford pants that you can't see with that gear. Yeah, see, like, the pants are pretty, neutral, I would say. The boots are just just big armor, or I guess that, whatever that, like fur boots. Or leather, I guess. It's actually leather, no fur. Yeah, so basically, and even the gauntlets are just, they're metal gauntlets. It's the chest armor and the head armor that's really what I want. I want them so much. But I've got enough for 1 chest piece and 2 helmets. I have to think on that some more. And I'll have to grind out some more of them, and then I'll also have to unlock the savage versions to get weapons. Very glad, though, that we were able to finish those. Oh, I should probably... Not that. Expand the party. Mogpendium. Collect. Claim my 20. Very nice. And we've got 74. Nice, 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 nice. I know. I'm certain that these last 4 raids are the last 4 Pandæmonium raids. Gotta be. Because, I mean, this one literally says Pandæmonium Awakens. Eater of Souls, Emissary's Judgment, A Mother's Touch. Yeah. Those are definitely the last 4 Pandæmonium raids. So I feel like we should probably complete those as soon as we can. The Pandæmonium raids have already shown up twice in the weeklies. But that is it for today. 6 hours. That's a long stream. That's a very long stream. That's it for today. I'll be back on Monday for some more Lord of the Rings Online. Continuing our River Hobbit journey across Middle-earth. And then Wednesday will be more... What was it? Erebon Shadow Legacy. A stealth game. I think we'll be finishing up Erebon on Wednesday. Feels like we're nearing the end of that game. And then next Saturday, back here again for more Final Fantasy XIV. We'll see what the next week's Mogpendium weekly objective is. I definitely want to do at least some Pandæmonium. If next week's weekly thing is to do one of the last 4 Pandæmonium raids, then that's what I'll be gearing towards. If it's not, then we'll at least make some progress so it'll be easier to reach in case week 5 is Pandæmonium once again. And then, aside from that, I do want to, of course, continue this quest line with the Ultima weapons. Plus, we'll get an Orchestrion roll for continuing that. Yep. That's the plan. But until next time, be kind to yourself, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you next mission. Bye-bye.